Es más feito el puerto. Helsinki. ¡Oh!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Finland and to Helsinki. I'm sorry we have a bit of delay, but not much traffic here, so we'll be fine to complete the program. This morning the driver is called Mika, and you know in Finland all men who are called Mika, they are good drivers. So Mika is going to take us just right through the city. We go to the countryside, and I'd like you to look for the seat belts. This is the law here in Finland. They are between your seats. Stretch them patiently over, and if you need to move the armrest, you just pull a bit, give it a little tug, it will go down. My name is Irene. Can you all hear me well? Is the volume right?
Maybe some fresh air.
The air is coming, sir. Just a few minutes, because we cannot run the engines in the harbor. Very strict environmental rules in Finland. So give it a few minutes and the air starts to come. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this harbor is one of the 5 harbors in Helsinki. I have put some city maps on your seats. Number 39 is where the Eclipse is docked today, and this is also the newest harbor in our city. Every day the cruise ships are bigger and bigger, so we need a deeper pier. And also, this is an area that looks much like a construction site to the left, because earlier our cargo harbor was here. So this is all going to be remodeled in a few years, new apartment buildings, green areas, and so on. You come now from Stockholm, which is a little bit larger city than Helsinki, an old city. Helsinki is a modern, very modern town. And today we leave from West Harbor. Here on the right you see several ships, some ferries also that cross over to Tallinn, Estonia, which is our closest neighbor, only 50 miles, some 80 kilometers across. And on the right you see St. Peter Line. This is a ferry that goes to St. Petersburg. So the distance is some 400 kilometers, close to 250 miles. Our city has a population of some 600,000, and all of the capital area about 1 million. But then in Finland, a sparsely populated country, the total population is just 5,400,000. Helsinki has been built on a granite peninsula. You can see water on three sides, and today, after visiting the countryside, having lunch at the Savijärvi farm, and then we return to Helsinki to see a couple of see some more of our city sites, and also stop here before returning to the harbor. So we must be back by 5:30 in the afternoon, as you sail at 6 in the evening. Our country is a young nation. The independence is from 1917, when the Russian Revolution breaks out. Then Finland has a chance to declare the independence. So in 3 more years, big celebrations. And before that time, we belonged to the Russian Empire for nearly 110 years. From that time we have a little bit of neoclassic center, the older part of Helsinki, and that you will see then later in the afternoon. And also you will have a chance to see the local market when we return. The other stop is going to be the so-called Rock Church, number 22 on the map, a normally functioning Lutheran church that has become a favorite attraction because of its original architecture. So Finland has the independent time, the modern time, today known as a country of high technology. Then we have the time we belong to Russia, an autonomous Grand Duchy. It's then Helsinki, or Helsingfors, as the Swedes named it, becomes then the capital of the nation. And before belonging to Russia, we were part of the Swedish kingdom for nearly 700 years. So this long history together still has quite a lot of influence. Swedish language is the second official language of the country, and here everywhere you are going to see signs in both languages. First always in Finnish language, then in Swedish, sometimes the names resemble a little bit each other, but as languages, these two languages are totally different. So we curve around West Harbor. And on the right you can see some of the halls of Helsinki dockyards. Building ships is an important industry in our country, and at the moment we're constructing 2 icebreakers for the Arctic Ocean for Russia. As we continue, on the left-hand side you start to see an open market square. This is a popular flea market, or more second-hand market. And when people need to get rid of things, they just might come here and try their luck, make a few euros. The euro is our currency. Finland has been a member of the European Union since 1995, among the first countries. And we continue now along a street called Boulevard. This is one of the older streets of Helsinki. You can already see some of the Russian influence on this street from late 19th century. Coming up on the left hand side is the Pink Alexander Theatre. It's from 1870, and for almost 80 years it was home of our national opera. Now we have a new opera house, and this theater still remains for visiting groups, for example. Most of the streets in the older part are cobblestoned. This is granite, very resistant, and also a good material in a climate like ours with big temperature changes. And in the morning we had a freezing wind in the harbor, but it will be less once we get inland, and for today we expect to be in the 60s, lower 60s, maybe 65 degrees if it's sunny. So that means some 17 to 19 degrees Celsius. August is actually a summer month in Finland, but this year we've had very big temperature changes, very cold days and then extremely warm weeks in July. So now we've had some heavy rains and thunder during this week. It should be clearing out, so hopefully pretty good weather today. A slight chance of showers later on. On Boulevard we have shops, art galleries, cafes, and also part of the design quarter of our city. Helsinki was named Design Capital of Finland in 2012, so we have some 200 shops that belong to the design district. Finland is known for modern design in furniture, glass, porcelain, fabrics like Marimekko, for example. These are some of the items, and then we have quite a lot of industrial design also in our country. So when we were part of Sweden,
El vino.
the town was called Helsingfors. It wasn't much of a town at all, very modest, very small. And from that time we have this park we call the Old Park. Once it was the graveyard of the town, so there are some old tombstones, but there's also a church on the other side of this square, a wooden church from 1826. And in a few minutes we turn onto the main street. We take our way a bit to northeast, then we'll be taking the freeway towards the medieval town of Porvoo that still has its urban plan from the 18th century and still has typical wooden architecture. So in Porvoo you will have a bit of orientation first and then some free time to look at the little shops or just enjoy the atmosphere of this town. The street is the main street of our city, also the longest one. It goes right through town, and the Swedish-speaking people here in Finland not only have their language, they have their own culture. The Swedish theater is on the right hand side, this white semicircular building. We also have schools in Swedish language for these people. Also the Swedish speaking university. They have their own radio and TV programs as well. On the right hand side, the largest department store in our city. This is Stockmann's, from already about 150 years ago, and they have the whole block here, so you can find everything under the same roof. And on the left hand side you can see one of the older streetcars, trams. We have good system of public transportation here in this older part of Helsinki. It's difficult here to find parking space, so people are always recommended to use public transportation. So this area of the city is the very center, downtown area, with shops, department stores, cafes, restaurants. This is the busy part of Helsinki. At this time of the year, holidays are over for most Finns. School has already begun last week. Summer holidays for school children are from first week of June until mid-August. So that is usually the time when we have a lot of daylight and usually our warm time of the year. On the right, you'll see a statue of the three blacksmiths. They are hammering cooperation. Then we have on the right also the old student house and the busy Alexander Street that leads towards the right to the main square that you're going to see in the afternoon. And soon also you start to see one of these little tents we have in town at this time of the year with fresh berries. It's the season for this type of products, and a lot of people buy them on their way to work or home from work. So much of the harvest here in Finland comes in during the month of August. In Helsinki we have the central part with a lot of streets only for pedestrians. So this is also to make traffic easier, but then some of the traffic has to go through the same streets, and then sometimes this is also slow. Another thing that happens here is during the summer there's quite a lot of repair work still going on that was supposed to be completed during the month of July when it's quiet, less traffic, but they never finish it in time. So this is delaying us now a little bit, but after a couple of blocks we'll be heading northeast and see some of the important buildings of our city before getting on the freeway to the east, and a freeway that goes all the way to St. Petersburg. Here in central Helsinki we have under this downtown area some tunnels that go from to the big department stores and central railway station that is soon to the right. And when the weather is very bad or cold, or if you're not properly dressed, then you can use these tunnels, and sometimes they're good shortcuts to get to places. We Finnish people often like to say that we belong to the group of Scandinavians, but actually we're not even on the Scandinavian peninsula. If you look at a map, there is a very small map on the cover of this city map that I've put on the seats, so you can see that we are on the other side of the Baltic Sea and have a long border with Russia. Some almost 900 miles is the length of this border, 1,262 kilometers. But we've always wanted to emphasize that our country has been always a Western democracy. Finland is a republic. We have now our 12th president, who is called Mr. Sauli Niinistö. And normally our president doesn't really have that much political power, nor he is very influential. But now, lately, he has been visiting President Putin in Russia because of this crisis in Ukraine. On the right is the Museum of Contemporary Art called Kiasma, designed by the North American architect Stephen Hull. And then you will see a statue of a horseman. Also on the right, this is Marshal Mannerheim, who gives the name to the main street we're driving along. Marshal Mannerheim was the head of the Finnish army in the two wars Finland fought against the Soviets. On the left, we're passing by our Finnish parliament, a single house parliament with 200 members, and on the right you'll see a lot of school children here on an outing. They are going to visit the music center here. They have a special day for concerts for school children. So this new music center is the newest example of modern architecture in our country from 2012. Here in our parliament, we have parliamentary elections every 4 years by direct vote, and mostly it is the Prime Minister and his cabinet who make the important decisions. On the left-hand side, the castle-like building is our National Museum from 1910 in Romantic style, and on the right you see a little bit of the Finlandia Hall, white walls of a concert hall, convention center, place for top-level summits. This is work of architect Alvar Aalto, who is considered the father of Finnish design. This building will be better visible later on from the other side of the body of water, Bay of Töölö, that you will soon start seeing. We have the Park of Hesperia surrounding this bay, one of the many green areas in Helsinki. So actually our city is quite spacious, though in size it's not so big. Thinking of population, otherwise it's pretty vast and a large area that it covers. Next on the right is the Finnish National Opera House, a newer building from the 1990s, and also the Finnish National Ballet performs here. So in August, quite a lot of events begin. Last night we had something called the Night of the Arts. All museums had free entrance and quite a lot of happenings in the city. So it was busy here, some 30,000 people on the streets until late night. And as we turn towards the left, you can see a little bit of our Olympic Stadium. We had Summer Olympics in Finland in 1952, and the stadium has seats for 40,000 people. So we have never had Winter Olympics, though it's a cold country, and the reason is because there are no mountains in Finland. It's rather flat. We have some hills but no real mountains. And now on the right you have the Bay of Töölö. These trees with the red berries are mountain ash or rowan trees, and the shallow grassy bay is quite typical part of the Baltic Sea. Then as we turn you have a view to central Helsinki. After this curve you can see a little bit that there are no high towers, rather low buildings, quite a lot of green. So here in our country we live practically among the nature, also in the capital, and the seashore plays an important role for many of us. We continue along an area of Helsinki that in Finnish language is called Kallio. Kallio means rock. And here, especially on the left, you have quite a lot of granite visible. It's also an area that's a little bit higher in altitude. And here on the right we have a hospital, so there's someone being treated. On the left hand side is Helsinki Amusement Park. This is open only between May and September. And here on the right you can see more of this park area with the bare granite. Actually, this was an area where a lot of the factory workers lived earlier. If we think back about 100 years, all this was just wooden homes. And when we get to Porvoo, you can imagine a little bit that Helsinki looked pretty much the same, maybe a bit more modest town, as Porvoo has always been a very important merchant town in our country, and Helsinki develops much later, mostly during the 19th century. So our country until the Second World War was a very rural country. People lived on farms, mostly providing for themselves, saving enough food for the winter, enough firewood, and only after 1950s develops the metal industry in this country, then people are moving into the cities that start to grow quite fast. So we have been quite a backward country still at the turn of the 20th century. The Finnish people have different roots than the Swedes. We don't have much to do with the Vikings, except for the little bit of mixture we have with the Swedish-speaking population on the west and east coast of the country. And today we go to a town that's very strongly Swedish-speaking, founded by the Swedes already in 1326. So there about 1/3 of the population are Swedish-speaking. We drive through an area that has a little bit of industries, some schools, and a bit more of a residential area. Houses from the 1930s and 40s. And all this in the past was part of the wooden town. The origins of the Finnish people are in the east. So our nation, the Finnic people, wandered here some 9,000 years ago. Here we always get this nice aroma of freshly toasted coffee. There's a coffee toastery nearby, and we Finns, we drink a lot of coffee, though we have to import it all, of course. Our climate is way too cold. So the Finns come here, wander through what is Russia today, and settle in this country that in those days had good hunting, good fishing. Especially the gray seal was hunted from the Baltic. Seal hides were important merchandise, as it is a waterproof hide. And also the fat of the seal could be used in many ways, also for the primitive lamps they had. And then the seal meat, that could be easily frozen for the winter. Survive on that. How good it is, I'm not so sure about it, but they did not have much choice. Of course there was fish and then some wild game to add to their diet. So Finnish people and Finnish language come from the east. Our language belongs to the Eurasian languages, to the Finno-Ugric group. And our relatives here on the Baltic are the Estonians. So Estonians speak a similar language to ours. Some words are the same in both languages. Others are totally different. And sometimes the same word can have a very different meaning. So I'll give you an example of a word that we have in both languages. There is a word in Estonian and in Finnish, it's pulmat. Pulmat in Estonia means wedding, marriage. In Finnish language, pulmat means trouble. So you have to be careful when you talk with the Estonians. Make sure you get the right message. Then we have other relatives. The Hungarians are also related to us. Their language is very similar. It sounds very much like ours. It has long words, double vowels, double consonants, no articles, no prepositions, no masculine, no feminine. It's all in the context of the one long word. And to us, Hungarian sounds like Finnish spoken backwards. But we have a word in Finnish that is, the spelling is exactly the same backwards. It's saippuakauppias. Saippuakauppias. So if you start from the other end, from right to left, it's exactly the same. Saippuakauppias means soap seller. So today you don't have these merchants that come to sell you things from door to door, but earlier it was common. You could buy all sorts of things just from these wandering merchants. We have come to the east side of our city, and we are soon coming to the site where the town of Helsingfors was founded for the first time. We are crossing a river, Vantaa, earlier a major river here, but now with the land uprising due to the Ice Age some 12,000 years ago, we gained a little land in Finland. So this is a very special phenomenon. So the river isn't half as big anymore, but the site towards the right from here is where King of Sweden, Gustav Vasa, for the first time has founded the town. Or he had plans for founding it, because this did not work out very well. Finnish people were stubborn. They were not very loyal to the king, and they weren't very willing to move to this new area. After all, they had homes elsewhere. So very slowly the town develops. They do not have a proper harbor, and about 100 years later then Helsingfors is moved to its actual site. So in the afternoon you will see the market by the water, the main market of our city, and also the area where this main square is. That is where the town then grows towards the end of 17th century. A town of just some craftsmen, fishermen, few merchants, very small in population. If we think that still, when Finland is annexed to the Russian Empire early 19th century, the population is barely 10,000. So this is the main freeway that goes to the north. From here we soon turn on the eastern way. And if we sat in the bus all day long, by nightfall we would be reaching the Arctic Circle. Nearly 500 miles, over 800 kilometers is the distance to the capital of Lapland called Rovaniemi. You start to see our vegetation, the Finnish nature. We still have 3/4 of the country covered by trees, and just to get an idea how much forest we have for each person, the population is 5,400,000. For each person we have 14,300 trees. So with that amount you can understand that it's a country of plenty of forests, and it's also a country with many lakes. 188,000 lakes in all of Finland. So that means about exactly 12% of the area is water. The lakes here were formed some 10,000 years ago, approximately when the continental ice begins to move as the climate is warming up. And as this ice, this huge mass of ice moves, it pushes ahead of it all the loose material, sand, gravel, soil, even rocks, large boulders that you sometimes see, rocks that are just look like a giant put them there, but these are all from that time. And also at that time the possible valleys that we might have had then filled up with water. And today the oldest signs of population of a settlement are from about 6,000 years ago, from an area not very far from the capital. Just a new archaeological discovery has been made recently, because these people who came here are thought to have been mainly nomads with no steady settlements, but now this theory is changing a bit as they're finding some items, ceramics, pottery, old weapons, arrowheads, and so on in this new area. So it may be that they had some kind of settlements, though no towns or any castles were built until towards the 10th century, 10th and 11th century. Here we have a big dairy on the left, and then there is a power plant, and the dairy has been very much in the news lately as Finland exports quite a lot of dairy products to Russia. And now with the problems that there have been in Russia and the crisis of Ukraine, there have been some sanctions, and the answer President Putin put to these sanctions was not to allow the European Union to import any food to the the St. Petersburg area, and especially St. Petersburg area has been depending on Finnish milk products. We also have specialized products without lactose. That is now allowed to be taken because they don't have this type of production in Russia, but butter, cheese, milk, ice cream, that cannot be now exported. So what happens in our supermarkets? We have now a lot of products with Russian labels, exactly the same products we use here, but the text is in Cyrillic letters in Russian, and the supermarkets have to sell this with a discount because Finns are quite suspicious, so they are not 100% sure that the package is the same and the product is exactly the same just because it's written in Russian. So this has been the talk of the week, to buy cheese at half price because it's the package is Russian. We have a protective fence on both sides of this highway. This is for the moose. The moose are the most common animals in Finnish forests. And we count with some 150,000 moose. Possibly you associate Finland with reindeer. Well, this is quite true, but that is in northern Finland, in Lapland, where we have some 220,000 reindeer. And the reindeer are not wild animals, they're semi-domestic. They're herded and then grown mostly for the gastronomy of southern Finland. Fine restaurants use quite a lot of reindeer meat. Also that reach inland. And there are some permanent homes here as well as summer homes. We have about 500,000 summer homes in Finland where people spend often their entire summer holidays and also the weekends between May and September. So Finns may travel to visit with friends or relatives, travel a bit in the Baltic or over to Sweden or Norway, northern Finland during the summertime, but their long distance traveling is mostly during the cold months. Most Finns who have a steady job get 5 weeks of yearly holidays, so it's very common to save a week or two for the dark months, November, December, January. Those are the months when we only have some 5 hours of daylight here in southern Finland, and then it's popular to travel. Here we start to see farmland, agriculture, some traditional farms and also homes where people live permanently. So in the countryside people can live here all year without any problems. We have very good machinery to clear the streets and the roads, the highways during the winters. So very seldom we get so much snow at a time that it would be a problem. So life continues normally through the winter, though at a slower pace. So what does this mean? It means that cars, for example, must change to winter tires 1st of November and until 1st of April. Speed limits are lower. Lights must always be turned on while driving. This is actually something that we have all year now. It's for safety. And you need a little bit longer time in the morning to get ready warm up your car, maybe scrape it off snow. If you have a garage, then you don't have these problems, but need to take a little bit longer time, and you need a little bit longer time to get dressed with the proper winter gear and also to get your family ready. But most Finns don't make a big fuss out of it. We're so used to it. Winter comes for sure every year. The town of Porvoo today has a population of 50,000, and only a small part of the town is the old wooden town. There is a pamphlet on your seats that has a little map on it, but actually we will be walking together, and I will then orient you a bit where you can find, for example, the restrooms the city provides. There you pay 50 cents euro or $1, but these are nice clean restrooms. Or if you enter any of the cafes or restaurants, consume something, then of course you can use the restrooms free. And I will also show you another interesting place if you have a sweet tooth. Porvoo is well known for its chocolate factory, a traditional one. They give free tastes. They also have licorice, some very nice marmalades, and then you can go in there and taste them. The prices also are very good, so maybe you want to take some with you. Might need some extra energy in Russia. So this is our farmland, and besides dairy farms, we have 4 kinds of crop. We've had a warm July, so much of the harvest is already done. And the crop that grows in Finland is wheat, oat, rye, and barley. Then we have large potato farms, different vegetables, roots, salads, tomatoes, everything that is whatever grows in colder climates is produced here. We have quite a lot of berry farms, also apples grow here, plums, and small pears. Small because the varieties that are for warmer climates do not give fruit. So that's the type of products we have. And in our forests at this time of the year are plenty of wild blueberries, wild raspberries, later on lingonberries, cranberries, and a variety of wild mushrooms. So all this you can find in the forest. And from Finland, the most important product exported was tar, burned out of pine wood. This was necessary for corking the ships. All types of boats, wooden boats, were treated with tar. Then we had, of course, forest industry here. Finnish pines were said to be good masts for sailboats. Sawmill products were exported. Animal hides, furs, dried fish to the Catholic countries of Europe, salted Baltic herrings, for example. So this type of products, not very was imported was significant, as these Swedish-speaking families had moved to the coast. They became prosperous with the foundation of the industries and built some manor houses. They wanted to get some luxury items that were not available here. So to Porvoo they start to import things like furniture, fine furniture, musical instruments, fine cloths, porcelain, glass, china, spirits, perfumes, cosmetics, different accessories for ladies, dried fruits, nuts, spices, tobacco, coffee, tea, chocolate. So Porvoo has a monopoly to trade these items, and it becomes a very prosperous town. Later on, Porvoo is a center of culture. Many of our artists come from here. The national poet of Finland is from Porvoo, and he has written most of the Finnish history in Swedish language. He has written our national anthem also in Swedish, which was much later translated to Finnish. And this is why, because Swedish language remains the official language for so long. Still today it's one of the two languages, but Finnish language is now spoken by the majority, and it's official since the 1860s. So very late our Finnish language becomes official in this country. So in Porvoo, the old buildings are seen from the bridge, the old storage houses, the old granaries that you can see were for storing the goods, as the smaller boats would sail downriver to the Baltic Sea. And then all the houses in the old part are wooden houses. Some of the old buildings are from late 18th century, but the important thing is the style that they have kept. The old urban plan, the traditional colors, all that is protected by the museum, National Museum of Finland, and people cannot change that look. They must paint their houses with the traditional colors, and they cannot build anything modern in the area of old Porvoo. And it's quite lively because each building has a little shop, a cafe or restaurant, some sort of business. So you can, in your free time that you have in Porvoo, then you can stroll around, look at the shops, maybe have a cup of coffee or hot chocolate, some refreshments, but do not forget that lunch is included in this tour. So it's a light lunch we are going to have at the horse farm later on.
Foto ahorita tiene, por favor. Sí, como Antofagasta. Sí, se veía mucho más moderno. Obvio. Aquí está la noche. Para 12 tenemos una hora, un poco más. Barbarita. Barbarita.
Biết được con là cái má kìa. Sao đổ出嚟個 video 嚟嘅？
Tocca la mia, ma non si vede. La mia, mi guarda che cosa fa.
Mai đến, cái mai đến. Bây giờ thấy cùng.
Vedi che soluzioni immediatamente dopo?
每一次你嚟都有頂帽喺度，我有細到嘢點解細？你早啲折啊嘛，揾啲折係啊，得㗎，細細頂布啊。係有啊，可以追有根布我唔費咯。咁改咁大唔裝嗰啲咩？以為好凍喎，凍極，你可以遮雨又可以遮太陽啊。講水。
而家冇太陽凍㗎。Acá tienes que pagarle, está puro bien. Si no se van a extinguir, pagan.
Look at that area. No shops up there, but nice views. But if you like shops, then stay on these two streets mainly. And then you return on your own back to the
Es libre. Esta es la calle de las tiendas. Allá no hay tiendas, a la otra. Pero son chicas bonitas.
¿Cómo ya
Esta
subir?
otra también es.
¿Cómo ya subir esto?
Esta es más cortita, pero esta es de los.
Pero vamos a juntar acá, ¿cierto?
Son ruidos de los chilenos.
Empezaron a hablar de Borbón y cuestiones así. Deben ser un poquito obturos. Más viejas las casas. Más plantas por el lado.
How far are you? Around on your own. Go and have your free tastes on both sides.
So our meeting point will be
In the bus,
in the bus. Okay. Not,
1:45.
all right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. So this is the chocolate. On the left-hand side, just go around. Across, around the corner.
Estos son los chocolates. Los baños están en la esquina.
Voy de toilet yo.
Aquí a la izquierda de la esquina.
Voy a de toilet, Manolo. Pero ahí porque lo cierto es que así está camino tranquila. Mucho jugo. Y tranquila, claro. Faltó la... No trae.
Yo traigo.
Faltó toda la chauchera.
Yo traigo.
Ay, me compré la tarjeta de crédito también.
No importa.
Tengo como 100 euros. Aquí corro el euro.
Yo tengo
Ya.
sencillo.
Cuando venimos obligados. Entendí que si queríamos tener una vista más bonita, subiéramos a la otra cuadra, más alta. Y algo de una iglesia.
¿Ya? ¿Está por allá? ¿Tienes problemas con los zapatos? ¿Tienes problemas con los zapatos? Se parece mucho como a Chiloé, ese estilo. Yo pensaba que era algo más medieval. Toda la piedra que se ve es granito.
Aquí se usan las tiendas según la mano.
Bajemos mejor.
En todo caso venimos de allá.
Sí, pero mientras más lejos vayamos, más nos va a costar llegar
Sí.
de vuelta. Me parece que no, todo no es tan distinto de lo que hay acá. Luis Gutiérrez, Truponen, ¿viste? No sé.
Es muy extraño el lenguaje. ¿Qué les gustan acá los girasoles?
Allá están los baños. Palo Barico Brandepa. ¿Viste?
¿Dónde dicen?
En el letrero de arriba. No, no pagué. No había nadie.
No había nadie cobrando. Suerte que tenía yo papel de vamos para el lado de la iglesia, que le sacamos fotos.
Old Town.
Y acá soy bajita. Ahora entiendo lo que sienten los bajitos. Ay. Mira.
Âu lẹ rồi đi can. Má cái bên thấy mà đi can ra.
¿Y no me preguntaron? No me preguntaron si alguno tenía.
Das ist die Straße.
Ya volví. ¿Vamos?
Vamos.
A ver, saque una foto al lado de esto.
Sí, Manolo le gustó eso y el árbol de ahí.
Me gustó esta planta. Se parece al resino. Y eso de allá es bonito también.
Vamos por acá entonces.
Sí.
¿No? ¿Esta es la que tenés tú? ¿En la reja?
Sí.
¿O es parecido?
Grande, bonito, de otro color. Bueno, igual había este color en la casa. Enorme el crateo. Ay, no, Manolo. No problemas. ¿Te parece? Y esto es manzana.
Cierto. Manzana Edition. No se deben llamar manzanas, se deben llamar manzanas.
Con K y con funk al pulque.
Un Hain. Bellotas.
Eso como el personaje de la
Ah,
de
cierto.
la era del hielo.
Cierto, ahí.
Bueno.
Finlandia como país va a cumplir un siglo de independencia en 3 años más, que se independizaron de los rusos.
Recién, 1912, por ahí. No.
Y si bien no tienen, o sea, a ellos les gusta, la guía dijo que los finlandeses les gusta pensar que ellos son escandinavos, pero en realidad no son escandinavos, porque étnicamente su gente viene desde Asia, desde Rusia, y su idioma se parece mucho al estonio y al húngaro. Y acá la lengua oficial es el finlandés y el sueco. Pero por mucho tiempo la lengua oficial fue el sueco. Porque fueron en mucho tiempo colonia o estuvieron bajo el dominio de los suecos, que se instalaron en este sector, en el sector de la costa sur de Finlandia. Entonces me dio la impresión de que los suecos fueron los que son ahora como la parte, los más adinerados de Finlandia, porque hay también, o sea, el sueco todavía se sigue utilizando y lo utilizan ciertos grupos de gente que viven, como me parece, o me da la impresión, como un poco más aislados del resto de los finlandeses. Mencionan, por ejemplo, que habían universidades que se hablaba solo sueco. Entonces, me parece que como que ven a los suecos como los ricos o la cultura de la clase alta.
¿Y los rusos no?
Los rusos no.
Pero que fueron como los que llegaron y colonizaron, una onda así.
Claro. Los primeros, bueno, primero estuvieron los finlandeses, pero en este sector, pero como que no, me parece que no desarrollaron una cultura así como tan... Entonces llegaron los suecos y le aportaron su cultura.
Claro.
Y esa cultura quedó como no sé, la clase alta, por decirlo así.
Claro.
Y después ya llegaron los rusos y los invadieron.
Yo siempre pensaba que Finlandia era un país escandinavo, como ellos creen.
A ellos les gusta pensar eso.
Debe ser por la bandera, ¿no?
Por la bandera.
Claro, porque todos estos países escandinavos tienen una bandera parecida.
Sí. Voy a cruzar. Que Finlandia tiene como 5 millones y algo de habitantes.
¿Cuánto?
5 millones y algo de habitantes. Y hay como 14.000 árboles por cada habitante.
5 millones nomás.
5 millones y algo.
El país de Rusia.
Sí. ¿Manzanas verdes o manzanas rojas?
Manzanas silvestres,
Ah,
verdes, qué sé yo, que se ponen,
o amarilla.
mira, por un lado colorado. Y ese parece que fuera silvestre, ¿eh? Vamos a preguntarle a Joshua.
Que me gusta porque todo es limpio. Los árboles muy limpios, donde llueve tanto. La atmósfera se ve limpia.
Sí, es que en países lluviosos,
La belleza de la naturaleza es importante.
es como Pucón. Pucón, Villarrica son limpios, sí,
Claro,
por la lluvia.
claro.
Punta Arena es limpio por el viento.
No por la cultura. ¿Filmaste la iglesia?
Bueno, algo tiene, ¿eh? Algo tiene, pero como le decía José Manuel, no es para venir de Chile a ver esto.
No, pues si no vinimos a ver eso.
No venimos a ver esto.
Yo pensé que iba a ser algo más medieval, como bruja.
Claro.
Con
Sí, es lo que yo creía también.
casas como con piedra y callejones, adoquines.
Quizá lo que me dice tu papá es que les llama la atención la tranquilidad a los habitantes de acá, entonces traen a los turistas para que vean lo que es un lugar tan tranquilito para vivir, entonces se instalan los artistas incluso, lejos del mundanal ruido.
Mm. Porvoo lo fundaron los suecos y tuvieron el monopolio del comercio mucho tiempo. Comerciaban con madera, pieles, especias. Por eso supuestamente este pueblo es un poco más rico o se desarrolló antes que Helsinki, por ejemplo.
Mira el cañón, quizás de cuándo es la revolución rusa, pero dice cara de
Cañón. Vamos a ver dónde está eso. Neumáticos desechables.
Sí, me la llevo.
Tunca Sektionen 21, Raskas Pate listo 21, 41, 24. De la Segunda Guerra Mundial.
Con los pajaritos, qué lindo. También gorditos, mira.
Ah, ¿eso hay en Chile?
Sí, tienen harto que comer aquí. Mucha arboleda. Qué lindo, y no se arrancan. No sé.
Mira ahí, en las flores dice 1346, 2014. ¿O no? ¿Viste ahí con las plantas?
Viven tranquilos.
Ya. ¿Vamos?
Traditional farms, several generations in the same family, who besides growing crop also breed horses. So they are going to give you a horse presentation first in the garden, and then we go for lunch, a light Finnish lunch in the main building of the grounds. And all the questions that you have about farming you can ask your hostess. They are experts. And also about the horses and so on. And we have lunch and then coffee and dessert. And after that, if you're interested, you have a chance to take a look at the stables before we continue back to Helsinki, and we'll again set the time. Thank you very much for your punctuality until now. We go with group 2 together to Savijärvi, so this is important for this part of the day.
¿Para dónde? ¿Sí? ¿O más?
and gentlemen, we continue a bit towards east from here. We'll be taking a smaller road, a country road, towards Sippo, and you'll see more typical landscapes and country living. And in Finland at the time we have a tendency for people to move more to live in the country, our countryside. We have a lot of high technology here, we have internet everywhere, we have Wi-Fi, so people can actually work from their homes if their children are not well or for some other, or they're sick or so on, so they can also do that. It's common to have a day or two and work from home. Also, many families feel that it's a more pleasant environment, that it's safer to live in the countryside. But on the other hand, I think our capital, Helsinki, is one of the safest cities if we don't think of an occasional pickpocket during the high season. So otherwise there is no crime in our city, and you very seldom have any kind of trouble. So people, almost 70%, get along in English language, and they're friendly, they're helpful towards the visitors. So an easy country to visit, even on your own. Notice that we have these bicycle lanes here on the right, for example, all the way a bike lane. It's safe for children to go to school on their bicycles. And many people cycle during 5-6 months a year because we have no oil. Our oil is imported. Here you can see the price of gasoline. 1 liter, just 1 liter is €1.65. This means that for 1 gallon converted into US dollars, it's about $9 per gallon. Some people like to get their exercise on the bicycle, and many people use it to get to work or to school or university, whatever. Here you see typical country living. This is still Porvoo area. And to buy a home here, let's say for a family of 4 with 3 bedrooms, bathrooms, kitchen, living area, and always a sauna bath. In a Finnish home, you always have a sauna. You say sauna, but we say sauna. We have 2 million saunas in our country. That means every family for sure has 1. Many have 2. So this type of home here in this area is costing from $450,000 US up. But you have to take in count that we need to build our homes with quite a lot of insulation materials to keep the homes warm. We have double and triple windows. We have the outer walls, the inner walls between them, material to keep out the cold. We have it on the floor, we have it in the ceiling, between the roof and the ceiling, and so on. So the amount of materials for construction is already much more expensive than if you lived in a warm country. And our homes are also well equipped for hot water all the time, and either central heating if you're in a city network, or then in the countryside people have their own heating systems. So though we have, I usually say we have 8 months a year the heat on, and 4 months it's less cold, but always at home it's warm, so we have a good temperature, 68-70 degrees inside. So if you don't necessarily need to go any place, you can stay home if the weather is really bad. And I suppose this makes the difference. Everyday life continues normally, except for what I mentioned earlier, that we have to take a little bit longer time to get to places. So we never miss a day of school, for example, because of snow. Just have to leave a little bit earlier. Our trains function, our airplanes fly, they're de-iced, and our airports stay open through the winter months. And people just are used to it. They know that every year winter comes sooner or later. And also out here, as we take the still smaller road, you will see that people are not isolated anywhere. A farmer may have tractors to help open the small roads. And the snow never comes in very large amounts. It keeps coming slowly, packing up, and the amount of snow that we get is not really that much. We talk of 1.5 feet, 2 feet, some 40-50 centimeters in southern Finland, but the thing is, the snow stays on ground usually about 4 months, sometimes 5 months with snow. Here we have again signs of warning for the moose. They are often seen at dusk or at dawn. And other animals that we have in our forests would be white-tailed deer, not a very large population. The only cat that we have is the lynx, also quite rare, not very often seen even in the southern forests. Then we have some wolves up north that sometimes are giving trouble to the reindeer, and then the wolves need to be shot, because if they approach too much these areas, then it's no good. We have some brown bears also, but some. They have counted now 1,200 bears in the Finnish forests, but mostly up north or on the east coast, so it's not likely to meet a bear, and I don't think one would want to. This year license has been admitted to hunt 115 bears, so they try to keep the number also reasonable. But it seems that in our forests we have so many berries that the bears are quite happy. They very, very seldom approach any population inhabited areas. Smaller mammals like foxes, the red fox is quite common. Then we may have marten. The badger is also an animal known in our forests. Common hare, red squirrels, and some other smaller animals. So no real danger in the forests, and we only have one poisonous snake called, it's the adder. This year, as we had a very long heat wave during July, we had quite a lot of adders. Could see them often on rocks and warm places, but usually they escape when humans come. national tree of Finland is the birch tree with the white trunks, like on the left. This is a tree with a very hard light colored wood, used much for the furniture industry. Then you can see aspen, alder, different types of willows,
No caché.
mountain ash,
Dijo el nombre en inglés,
or
no caché
rowan
cómo-
trees,
Dijo el nombre en inglés.
maple trees, even oaks grow here in Finland, though it's quite far north, but it takes a very long time. And in general, it takes a long time for our trees to grow, as the growing season is just 140 days. And now we come to Sippo or Sippo. It's a large community, an older Swedish-speaking community with a center of its own. And here we have quite a lot of farming and agriculture. Here in Finland we have very clean air. We have hardly any contamination. So this is nice soft rain. It's good for your skin. You shouldn't worry too much. And it's stopping already, so this is nothing like the thunderstorms and rains we had during the past days. These trees, both sides, are willows, old willows. We call them silver willows because of the color. And here is some of their land already. This is one of the bigger farms. I'm sure your hostess is going to tell you also about their farming. And you get a close look to Finnish forest. It's actually it's a very friendly place. It's not difficult to walk in there. There is this shallow vegetation, blueberries and raspberries and different wildflowers, mushrooms. So we Finns, we still like quite a lot to go to the forest and take our hikes, go on the trails, and just many people have a nearby forest they like to visit. Here we already see a couple of horses exercising on the right hand side. We will get more of this in just some minutes. And when we arrive, you will be offered a non-alcoholic berry drink, a welcome drink here. And we will go to the garden for the horse presentation. If you needed the restrooms now, they are in the main building, just up the stairs on the left hand side. Ask me, I'll show you in there, but we will go inside the building a little bit later for lunch, so then you have the next opportunity. And please be patient with this because it's an old house. We are quite a few people, probably some 60 people here, so take turns. And also it might be a good idea if you decide to visit the stables, which are here on the right hand side after lunch. There is no rest area there, so use the facilities in the house before you walk to the stables. We are going to bring the bus closer so that you don't need to walk back and forth. There are several buildings here. Several family members live on the grounds. It's a family business, and your hostess Agneta is already on the steps with her helpers waiting for you. So the departure time from here is 5 minutes to 3, so that we're going at 3 o'clock. So we have 1 hour and 45 minutes here, and whatever you don't need you can leave again in the bus. So we are going to just start from the garden and then go in the house later on. So until 5 minutes to 3, then we have time here at.
But now it's lovely. My name is Agnieszka, and I'm the oldest daughter in a quite big family. We are 26 family members at the moment living on the farm. Any day we will have one more. 4 generations, and my father, who was making the noise earlier with the grass cutter, he is 84, and the youngest at the moment is 1 year. And on the farm, the history goes back to 1450, and we only have one building left from that time. It's the old cellar you see down there. Twice a big fire had destroyed all the buildings, except that one. The manor where my father lived alone, who you will visit in a little while, is from 1886. And at the same time, the houses in the stable area are built. And my brother, he has the head response for the farming. And on the farm, we do organic farming, which means we don't use any chemicals out there. By circulating, we get it to go around, and certainly with a big help from our 4-legged friends in the stable. Because everything the horses produce, that goes out to the compost, and 1 year later out on the field. And we have 300 acres, which is this year covered by wheat and hay. And to that you need to add 600 acres of forest. You just pass a little bit of it, most of it you have back there. Until 1963, the farm was also a big milk producing farm. We had a lot of cows. But you see, at that time, Finland had overproduction of milk. So our government asked the farmers in south of Finland to get rid of the cows. And to get sure that they do that, they moved the meyeries 350 kilometers into Finland. No one wanted to send their milk so far away because nothing was left after the money what you had to pay for the transport. So my father sold the cows away, and some of the cows, they were sold to Russia. Have you been, or are you going? Going. And the Russians, they didn't pay by sending us real money. They sent us horses as a payment for the cows. Really lovely Arab horses. And if you ask my dad, less lovely Anglo-Arab horses. He didn't like that breed. Too much thoroughbred in those horses. And he sold them away and bought Swedish warm blood instead. And later he went to Germany, where he found one breed that went straight into his heart, and that was the Hanoverian breed. So on the farm we breed Finnish warm blood, and the oldest line of Finnish warm blood is Arab mixed with the Swedish, and that again with the Hanoverian. Ended up in Finnish warm blood. And here comes up a 21 years old Finnish warm blood together with her baby. The foal is 32 days old. The breeding season in Finland is between May and July. And the moms, they carry their foals for 11 months. And when we breed, we use the old mares for breeding year after year, so it goes later and later every year. When the foal gets born, they dive out, the head between the legs like this. And you should see the foal's hooves when they get born, because they are looking like your dishbrushes at home. And as soon as they start walking around, the hoof gets hard, and normally in 20-30 minutes after the birth, they start nursing the foal, giving them food. And the foals eat from their mom in 6 months. Then we separate all foals at the same time. And when the little one is born, then we start working with them from the first day. And this colt has already, you can see she has something around her head. That's how we work with them, brushing them,
holding up their legs, because all the job we do in the beginning, that we get back later when we start training them. When he will be 1.5 years, then we start training him in front of carriages first, and when she is 2.5, 3 years, then we get him used to the saddle, and to his first competition with a rider on, they go when they are 4 years. I suppose most of you are more used to the thoroughbreds, and the thoroughbreds you start competing much earlier in races, but we don't have any gallop races in Finland, so we don't need to have that kind of horses. And the mom, she is used in the riding school, where we have 100 students going to in a week. That was my brother, who you will meet later under your lunch. Thank you, Aima. In the riding school we have 120 students going through in a week, and to them we teach the regular English style, besides special lessons in jumping, dressage and therapy lessons for handicapped persons. And when you are a breeding farm, you always have different ages of horses. You always find right horse for right rider. The beginners, they get the old ones, like the therapy horses are, and then the young, good riders, they get the young horses. And up here comes now my brother's competing horse, SG Feliz, and this horse we use for riding, but also in front of carriages. So my brother competed with single driving or with bars, which means with 2 horses. And when you have training for the carriage driving, you do 2-3 days from the horse back, and the rest of the week you do from the carriage. And I'm not talking about sulkies when I'm talking about carriage driving. It's called in England Prince Philip sport, because Prince Philip of England is the father for the competition rules. And in Olympic Games you can watch 4-in-hand driving. But my brother do 4-in-hand driving, but not so much in competition, because he's the only one who do it in Finland, together with my sister, so that's why we don't compete with them. But my brother has won the individual bronze in World Championship 2004 and team silver twice, so he is quite good in that sport. Thank you, Aima. And Aima presenting the horse here. He is the stable manager, so he takes care of that the horses have clean places and look up if they are sick, taking care also of the workers who clean up there. And the next coming up here is something that shouldn't be on the farm if you ask my dad. But when my sister and I was young, we asked Dad to have a pony. And then my father said, not a chance, children. Never a pony on this farm. Okay, we said, and went on riding with the big ones. And everything was changed in 1987 when my parents had 3 grandchildren. Because on Christmas evening, Santa Claus was knocking on the main door, bringing 3 Shetland ponies straight into the sitting room. And since then we have the Shetland ponies here on the farm, and we use the Shetland ponies for riding for the small ones, and in front of the carriages for the big ones. And the little Shetland pony foal is 45 days old, a nerdy one. She don't care about electricity. Anything can't keep her inside. She's always on the place where she shouldn't be. That's why we need to tie her up. She has visited my flower beds several times because she wants to come to you. And the dogs, they are more interesting than the mom. But I don't know what you have told her today, because she's standing like very calm. Yeah. And the training with the small Shetland ponies we do mostly with carriage. Because you need to have a good rider when you you do the training with the staff. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we move in for having lunch. And most of you are going to sit upstairs. I have some places downstairs for those with bad legs. So welcome indoors to my father's house.
A little GoPro, is it?
I'm sorry?
Little GoPro, is it?
Yeah, GoPro. It's
Lasts all day, does it?
It is very light.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But how much recording?
Depends on battery. On the batteries you have. I have each battery of this about 1.5 hours.
Oh, okay.
But I carry several batteries with me.
Yeah, you'd need it, wouldn't you?
And I can record all day if I have enough
okay.
battery. I'm very happy with it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, it's got a pretty good length, has it?
Yeah. It's very wide.
Wide length.
Wide.
When they grow up.
Principalmente.
Son para carruaje.
Son para carruaje. Mira que hay marcas de los carruajes, ¿viste? Son caballos que usan para tirar carruaje. No. Que antes esta era una granja de vacas, pero llegó un momento en que hubo sobrepoblación de vacas en Finlandia y el gobierno dijo que todos los granjeros tenían que venderlas. Entonces el papá de la señora que habló vendió sus vacas a Rusia, en Rusia, pero los rusos no le pagaron con dinero, sino que le pagaron con caballos árabes. Pero los caballos árabes no les servían de mucho acá. Entonces él lo recibió y fue a buscar otro tipo de caballo. Encontró caballo finlandés y caballo West, no sé cuánto, y hizo una y lo cruzó. Entonces los caballos que tiene son una mezcla. Y también tiene unos ponis West My Valdemar.
Farms have been built in all the Nordic countries for as long as anyone can remember. Why? The only difference because you can see it has like 4 sides. In the old days, the only difference was that it was built closer, forming a fort. You had the four outer walls and you had a courtyard. This was for protection. You had for the animals, you had wild animals running around, you had robbers or outlaws, let's just call it that, running around. But you had the full walls. Normally they didn't have any doors to the outside. They were all. You have to come into the courtyard and then to go in the house. Basically, you have the same thing now. You can see all the doors here. They are facing towards us now. And the only problem with that, when the old model, is that when you had a fire, you usually had everything wet. Nowadays, you have a better, your fire department have developed a little bit since 1800 or something like that. I hope so, yeah. And after that, this farm has been farming here for 600, 700 years. My family's been here for about 100 years. But before that, before us, there's been 3 farms which all burned down. Since Finland pigs are a little bit stubborn, giving up ain't in the vocabulary. So let's rebuild. Built, and on the 3rd time they think, hey, let's try something new, and they moved everything out, and it's been standing for 300 years since then. So knock on wood. And I'm not going to go into exactly what house, what building is what. We have living houses in back end, storage, stable, and then the riding arena is behind this house. We're going to walk through one of the stables so you can get a glimpse. I'll give you a quick talk just before we go into the stables. And if you have any questions, you just ask them. That's the only way you get to know that. I could talk for like a couple of hours here. You still don't get to hear what you want to tell.
Que esta granja estos edificios tienen como 100 años. Porque anteriormente habían habido 3 conjuntos de edificios, pero todos se habían quemado. Y están construidos en forma de cuadrado, con todas las puertas hacia el interior del cuadrado. Y ninguna puerta hacia el exterior, como una forma de protección de los bandidos y de los animales silvestres. Ahora nos va a mostrar el establo.
They are made by a Swedish company that make like old style carriages but with new features such as brakes. Alright, so look out there, you can see a lake, right?
Yeah.
That's where the farm got its name from. This is Savijärvi farm. Don't worry, even the Finns can't they do the word right. So if you translate it, it's Clay Lake. This is Clay Lake Farm. So that's a free translation of it, and it really lives up to its name. A little rain and yeah. If you look out here, you can see a bunch of fields going on all the way to the forest line. There's 5 fields going to the forest line from here, and then there's 5 more in that direction, and then we have more fields there. Why do we have many smaller fields for the horses? Well, every day we take them in, and then we take them out again. A lot of work. Yeah, but we get a checkup every time we move the horses. We can see that all horses are okay, that no cuts, see they are healthy. And when you move the horses every time, you can also control the conditions of the field. You always make sure you put them on a field where there is enough to eat. That helps keeping the horses on that field. If they don't have food, they go somewhere else. And the horse, well, you all know how big they are. So if they want to go through a fence, they go through a fence. They doesn't even if you have electricity and stuff in it, doesn't matter if they want to go through, they go through. So keep them, make sure they have what they want and they stay there.
How many acres do you have?
About 800. Half of it is in forest, half in fields. A little bit over 800. And we grow basically everything we need for the horses. But those fields are then again a little bit further away from the farm. Easier to move the horses shorter distance than to take the tractor and drive 5 minutes more.
Yeah.
You can hear a humming, right? That's the dryer. Keeps it's harvest season for us. We harvest everything, but we have had a lot of rain, so we dry the seed, and then that's the noise you hear. We're gonna walk through this stable, and then we walk next to the dryer. So it's gonna be a little noise. If you don't like it, you come back out this way. But just so you know, it's a little bit noisy, but it's not for a long distance. Most of the horses are out, I think, in the fields. Maybe some horses some in there. You can use the cameras, you can use the flash. They're all used, that's not a problem. But do remember, they are animals. With animals you don't scream, you don't shout, you don't do sudden movements, you stay calm. And if a horse or any animal puts its ears back and not looks friendly, then you don't poke your hands up their mouth. Right? No, I mean, common sense is required to enter a stable. If black, then you stay outside.
You board horses for other people?
Yeah, we have about, let's say, between 10 and 20 horses boarded here around the area. All right, let's head inside. On the farm, then you get the flies. You can go on both sides. It doesn't matter. They'll join up at the end. And on the stable doors, you can see their bloodline and their name. The SG in front of some of the horses' names means that the horse is born and bred here on this farm. The SG is the initial of the farm. And it's embedded in the name. So that is SG Roxette. That means even if we sell the horse, people will know, okay, that's where we came from here. So, of course, some people change their name, but still, it's pretty good. Okay.
This way. Bien.
Qué miedo. Estaba tan tranquilo.
We gotta go out this way then.
Dale su huyo,
Nej, får de ut där då? Okay. Alright, well, I'm told you can get out that way. Then we don't have to deal with that.
Por acá, ¿se podemos?
¿Qué le decía al perro?
No sé. Ah, wrong turn. This way.
Oh, he went out there. Oh, he wanted us to go out that way. No, you,
No, he didn't know that the
your
machine
ears
was on.
doesn't like it.
It's so noisy that.
Okay.
Oh.
Don't blame you guys. Thank you.
Me asusta, no, está tranquilo y le tiran.
Cuidado aquí. ¿Bonitos los caballos?
Sí. Grande.
Ese es un secador. Lo que suena es un secador.
El silo le llaman.
Equipo morado. El equipo morado.
Sí, este es el equipo. Interés.
Es por si se pierde ella para que me...
Equipo Berry.
Ya les digo, she dresses something like this color. Yeah.
Imagínate esto con lluvia. Me gustó mi bush. Van cambiando el lugar de pastoreo, por así decirlo, los caballos, ¿no? Para que vaya creciendo parejo el pasto. forma como de elefantito.
¿Cierto?
¿Qué dijo algo de elefante, señora?
De elefante. Ah, que cuando íbamos andando bajando por la escalera, que lo hiciéramos como los elefantes, uno detrás del otro.
Ah, ya.
Por eso cuando tú bajaste y el señor te dijo, te quería decir algo, era bueno que...
¿Por qué es peligrosa?
No, no sé por qué.
Bueno, no entiendo. Y yo lo entendí como que yo no necesitaba el pasamano. Entonces, ¿para qué iba a estar atascando a los demás si no lo necesitaba? Así lo interpreté yo el paseo. El entorno es muy lindo.
¿Sí?
Mira los florcitos. Me recuerda, ¿sabes qué? Las tortas.
Mira, más de la edad del hielo. La bellota.
Ah, qué lindo. En el fondo Don Miguel
¿Cómo se llama la ardilla de la...
no recuerdo.
Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco. Yo creo que es correspondencia.
Ahora sí que se las cosas.
¿Tú de dónde eres? ¿De dónde eres tú? Ah, de Chile también. Gracias a Dios.
Se acabó la lección, ¿verdad? En serio,
¿Te gustó venir a la granja? Cumpliste tu sueño. Pero más bien ver algo más de los campesinos, pero comiste los frutos de esta tierra.
Farm continue a little bit longer through the Finnish countryside and then take our way back to the city. It'll be some 40 minutes. We are back in Helsinki and we make 2 more stops. First to the west side of the city to visit the Rock Church, and after that we go to the main square Senate Square number 3 on the map to see that area, and also to take a look at the open air market. So that is the plan for the rest of the day, and by 5:30 we should be back at the pier. Ladies and gentlemen, here on the left you see some more of Savijärvi Farms horses grazing. Still at this time of the year they can enjoy outdoor life, but it's only some 4.5 months that the animals can be outdoors in our country. Look at this timing. We were very lucky. It rained a bit when we came in, and now it's raining again when we leave, so that's something I call good timing. It's Friday afternoon. Many people are coming to the countryside. On the right you can see community of Nikkilä, and also soon on the right you start to see 2 churches. First, probably ahead on the right hand side you can see this red brick Lutheran church, and after the group of trees also on the right will appear a medieval stone church. This is one of the old churches in Finland. Maybe you see a bit the wooden roof and the tower. It was built already during 15th century as a church of Saint Siegfried. So after these trees on the right you can see a little bit of this church. Right now it has a wooden roof and it's more like a road church, museum church now. The services mostly take place in this red brick church that is newer. So the red brick church is Lutheran and about 100 years old. And we continue now a little bit longer along the old Royal Post Road. Here it says Kungsvägen, the road that connected the western town of Turku with all these small towns on the coast, along the coast, until the border of Russia. Here you see some typical Finnish farms, typical Swedish style farmhouses as well, and after a while some local cows will probably be out here grazing. No cows yet. Let's see if they have gone to the shelter. Now on the right you can see our dairy cows. They are usually brown with white. So nice fresh grass, but for the winter months, which is the cold time in our country, about 8 months, we have to have shelter also for our domestic animals. So here you can never have very large number of cows or any other animals unless you have special construction for them with heating and all for the winter months. Bit about our way of life in Finland today. Some people already have asked me about our education system, which is free. We have just public schools and the state universities, so no private schools at all. And here in Finland, our children start school the year they turn 7. Finland has done quite well in some of the international comparisons in education, and it may be that our children go to school a little bit later than in many countries. So the year they turn 7 is for school. Year before, at the age of 6, there is preschool, and our children are entitled to daycare from the age of 11 months until they go to school. So this is something you pay according to your income. It's not a very expensive cost, but children can go from 7 in the morning, some already at 6:30, until 5 p.m. to daycare, kindergarten. And they get their 3 meals, take their afternoon nap and so on. So it's quite good service. Mothers in the Nordic countries seem to have the best system from, if we compare with several countries. In Finland Finland, the mothers are entitled to 10 months of maternity leave. They get 70% of their salary, and they can stay home with the child until he or she turns 3 years without losing their job. And also the fathers today can take a 6-month paternity leave with the same condition higher. And this subsidy is paid until the age of 17. So this money can only be raised by the mother, and many families save this money for the child for later studies, or because although education is free here, you have to have a place where to stay, and you have to pay for the books, and you have to eat, of course. So sometimes families might save all this subsidy money for that purpose. And here we have something old on the right. This is a farm that has been abandoned, and then on the left hand side you're going to see some quite new homes. This is the new way of country living here on the left. This type of homes, it's like several homes on the same piece of land. So to enter the university here, you must pass the exams, and sometimes it takes several tries to get into the faculty you're interested in, and then you can take some go to prep school, take some courses, and very often it's second or third time you get in. Now we have also a new law that says you must finish your studies within 7 years, because we've had a lot of students who are registered in the university for practically forever. Because students can get different discounts. They get discounts for train tickets and bus tickets, and even sometimes flights. If you're a student at the university, you can get into the opera or to concerts or theaters at half price, and so on. So now many people seem to take advantage of this, and they're working several years between, and then they might study a bit more. So now in 7 years you should finish your career, because usually it's some 5 years for most. 4 or 5 years to complete your studies and get your academic title. And in Finland, 1/4, 25% of the population finish school and are professionals then. At the moment we're going through some difficult times. Maybe you know the company that has been for a long time most important in our country. That is Nokia cell phones. We were for a time the largest in the industry, and also the first to begin with. But now the sad story of Nokia is that Microsoft has purchased Nokia cell phones. So we still have the Nokia Siemens networks here, but cell phone industry no longer is Nokia. This company has been in many towns. So just from the beginning of the year, 5,000 people have lost jobs from Nokia. So our unemployment rate at the moment is higher than in years. We're close to 9%. And now there is more worry with the crisis of Ukraine because of these sanctions I already mentioned earlier, of President Putin limiting the importing of foods from European Union. In our case it's the dairy products. And of course we're a bit worried because our gas and also our oil, natural gas and oil come from Russia. Our situation is quite different from Ukraine, and our people are 100% Finnish, well, let's say 98%, because we have about 2% of immigration in our country, which is quite little compared to the other Nordic countries. So we are not in the same kind of situation, but then on the other hand, who knows what is going on. So this is making quite a few people concerned. Finland is not a member of NATO, so it may be that for this reason our President Niinistö was invited to Russia to speak with President Putin just last weekend. He did not go as a representative of the European Union, but as representing Finland, and the news never really tell you everything that goes on there and what they talk of, but it seems that this has been a good start for the negotiations and to try to find peace with the two countries. Another thing in Finland that is affecting the high percentage of unemployment is that we buy everything in the internet. Some of our big department stores are in problems now because people do not go shopping anymore. Especially young people here will buy everything through internet. And we have had our stores open very long hours, mostly from 9 to 9, and during the weekends it's Saturdays 9 to 6, Sundays 12 to 6. But it seems now that they're thinking of maybe changing the hours, because if you go in the middle of the day there is no one there. People are at work and they shop in the evening or early morning. Also, there's quite a bit of traffic coming out of town. It's weekend, so people head to the countryside, and many have flexible hours, so you can work a little bit later during the week, and then on Friday already at this time you can be leaving town, leave earlier. And especially today the weather seems quite good after the hard rains we've been having during the past weeks, so people go to the summer house. And what do the Finns do at the summer cottage? I mentioned that we have 2 million saunas in the country, and the sauna bath for us Finns is really something that we can not imagine to be without. Many Finns, even who travel abroad, they often miss the sauna and they try to build a sauna or find a place where to enjoy the sauna. But the thing is, very often the saunas that you have abroad or in hotels or spas, they're nothing. They do not resemble at all nothing similar to our own saunas. And in our Finnish sauna, what we have is often it's a cabin, a log cabin, a room in it, dressing room, washing room, and then you have the room where you heat the hot stones on top of the stove or oven, whatever you call it, and you get quite a high temperature there. Then you throw water to the steaming stones, and this way you get more humidity. But many Finns like their sauna quite dry, so it's not really like a steam bath. And in the past, the purpose of the sauna was to have a place where you had some privacy to get properly washed. Because in a cold country you didn't have, very often you didn't even have running water until quite late. We still had households in the 1930s and 40s without running water in the countryside. You had a well and you had to carry the water. So as the sauna always was built whenever possible close to a seashore or on shore of a lake or river, then you had plenty of water, and in sauna you always have hot boiled water. So the idea was, of course, in the past to scare away the bad spirits. We still say that when you go to sauna, it clears your mind totally. You come out with fresh ideas, and the fresh ideas you get when you cool off in the cold water, lake or river, sea, whatever you happen to have. And if you don't have any of these, then in the city a cold shower does the same thing. And maybe you have heard about the Finns or seen some pictures of Finns getting into a pool cut in the ice in the winter time, or some may be rolling in the snow. So the contrast of the hot and the cold is what makes the sauna so special. And it does give you a good feeling. If you ask any Finn, they will talk for the sauna. We have very few Finns who never go to sauna. So this is why we have it in every home. It's built in the apartments, the new apartments also. And you don't anymore have these communal saunas that were more common in the 1940s and 50s. And in Finland also we always have separate shifts for men and women, so separately. Usually the men go first because they like it very hot, and then the women, because a sauna is the place where you do a bit of beauty treatment as well. You can do a body scrub, and you can put some special treatment in your hair and do the hair washing and rinsing and so on. So this takes longer time. And on the other hand, the sauna is a place where it's good to gossip. So you can talk and there are no men around. Back in Helsinki, and again we drive through town, cross over to the west side for the fast stop here. This is an area where we have already single family homes. It's hard to see because they're often behind this fence that's been built for the noise, but you can see a little bit on the left typical wooden houses from the 1950s, homes with gardens, apple trees and berry bushes and so on. Costs are higher than elsewhere in the country. In this section of Kallio that we come to, we have a lot of young people living, a lot of students, and this is a more popular area. Here, a monthly rent for a small apartment, just for 1 or 2 people, 1 bedroom, small living room area, kitchen, bathroom, probably, if you can get it, monthly rent 750 euros. That's a good price. It always depends on the building and which street and so on, but living cost is pretty high in the capital, and living in a smaller town in Finland, it's always some 30% less. And to buy a home, it's also quite expensive. For these small apartments, we start from some 130,000 euros. Then for a family, an apartment with several bedrooms, that will be from 300,000 to 350,000 euros. That's over $500,000. And how do people buy homes? Because we Finns, we're not especially rich. We're very much middle class people here, usually in a family, both work, husband and wife. So often you take a mortgage and the interest has been quite reasonable to pay back. It's less than 2% if you take it for the home. So many people will take a mortgage for 15, 20, even 25 years and then be paying it back like it was rent. So this is very typical in our country. And Finns like to own their home. It's different from other European countries. Here we'd rather own our home or have some property or something, just in case. We have a progressive tax system in our country. We pay income tax, and depending on how much you're earning, then that's your tax percentage. So those who are, for example, earning less than 2,000 euros a month are paying around 15 to 17% of tax. Medium salary would be paying, most Finns pay 25 to 35% of tax. And then from very high salaries, this is an income of yearly over 100,000 euros and up, then you pay almost half, 48%. But the tax money covers our education system. There is a percentage for our national health care. Also, in case you're unemployed, during 500 days, you get some money so that you can get by. And then part goes for the pension. So retirement age here is 65 years now, but they are working on it to make it 67. Our parliament has this proposal now for making it higher, because people, they are quite healthy, they live long. Women as an average 82 years, men 79. That's the new statistics in our country. And then we have people who included there who die of illness. Mostly the cause of death here is heart disease or cancer. Disease because traditionally we have consumed quite a lot of animal fat in our diet. We've been taught already for 40 years not to consume so much butter and cheese and milk and ice cream, and we have these low-calorie products, and we have been advised to eat more vegetables and use vegetable oil. But the Finn really likes to have his sausage, greasy sausage after sauna, and nice rye bread with real butter. And it seems that in Finland women live longer, live healthier, eat more vegetables and healthier foods. Salads are not so much for the heavy traditional food. Potatoes are often part of our diet. And then on the coastal regions we eat quite a lot of fish. The Baltic herring is a common fish in the sea. Pike, perch, also salmon lives in the Baltic. And elsewise we eat quite a lot of same food as everywhere else. Spaghetti, pizza, pasta, chicken, all that. And in the old days the festive food used to be a ham of pork. So that was for Christmas and some special occasions. Now if you look to the left, you start to see after the trees the Bay of Töölö and also the white walls of the Finlandia Hall, white marble from Carrara, Italy. And this is work of architect Alvar Aalto, best known Finnish architect already from the 1930s, father of Finnish design. So there we have a convention center a concert hall, and many top-level summits were held there in the towards the end of 1970s. Also views across the bay to some traditional wooden houses, and then you start to see the white dome of the Lutheran Cathedral. That is on the main square, and that's where we are stopping then after visiting the contemporary rock church first. You have a chance to see a bit of the sports area, and sports really in Finland are very popular. Our national sport is not football or soccer like in many countries. Here it is ice hockey. And we have quite a lot of our good players in the NHL in Canada and the United States. The Finnish team has done quite well. We're usually among the 5-6 best countries in the World League, and twice we've also won the World Championship. But most important for Finns is to beat the Swedes. So all this area to the right is a sports area. We also have a big Olympic pool here, a hall for different ball games. And tonight a Finnish pop star is going to, a rap artist is going to perform at the Olympic Stadium. So this is the first time a Finnish artist performs on the Olympic Stadium, full stadium. Usually there are several artists, or it's some foreign celebrity who has been invited here. But today one of our own very successful young singers is performing in a sold-out concert. And good luck for him, because the weather is good. This stadium is only half covered, so if it rains it won't be so good. And of course the part where they have the stage, that's all covered, so it'll be only the fans who might get damp and wet. So we've already crossed the main street, Mannerheim Avenue, and we'll soon come to the parking place and visit the rock church. The name of this church is Temppeli Aukio in Finnish, Temple Square. It's normally functioning Lutheran church from 1969. And the two architects, two Finnish brothers who win the competition, have the idea of saving the environment in as natural state as possible. There is a small garden park on top of the rocky hill, and instead of building something very modern there, they decide to blast a cave-like space in the rock. So the walls of this church are of natural rock, and that is probably why it's called rock church. Not much to do with rock music, though sometimes they have there also that type of music, and visitors, orchestras, choirs, bands from all over the world that come and perform. The acoustics, thanks to the natural granite, are excellent. So on the walls you can see drill marks, and then the rock that was removed to make the empty space was used for the protective wall of the copper dome. We have copper mining here in Finland, a company called Outokumpu, and this company has very good mining technology, but the material is from our own mines. And when you go inside the church, be sure to look up, because the inner roof is in spiral form. It's copper coil. It would be, if it were extended, 14 miles long or 21 kilometers. So that's approximately the distance to Helsinki airport from here. So you can just imagine that it's quite a lot of copper. And if you look up, you can try to guess what is the height in feet or in meters, and then let's see who gets closest. This copper, the copper dome, is held in place with concrete bars, 180 of them in all, and between these concrete bars are 180 windows that let in the daylight. So we always have natural light there, and the glass is such that when it snows, the snow melts quite fast, so it's not totally covered by snow. So as it is a normally functioning church, they ask for silence, and for this reason I've explained the most parts already. You may photograph in there. Also there is a staircase when you go in on the left hand side to visit the balcony for a different view. They also have restrooms there, but as it is a church, there is a fee. But if you can manage until the Senate Square, then I can point you out free restrooms. From here, look to the left, you only see granite. You could never imagine there is a church there. So from the next corner, we walk up together. It's now 20 minutes to 4. Que mide, si fuera extendido, 21 kilómetros. Entonces pueden ver y estimar cuántos metros de altura. Hay 180 vigas que sujetan el domo, entre ellas 180 ventanillas que dejan entrar la luz. Y las paredes son de roca natural. Entonces, dos arquitectos hermanos finlandeses, Timo y Tuomo Suomalainen, inaugurado en 1969.
¿Cómo se llamaba este gallo? Primero, ¿cómo se llamaba el candidato aquí? Ya.
Blanco y a las 4:15.
En el Beni, jefe mundial de la Finlandia. ¿Esto es luterano? No, pero ahora en invierno. ¿Y eso es cobre? Ah.
Ensaya. Ylös tonne. Ensin. Mennään ylös.
¿Pero dónde está el coso?
Marika.
Voy a pasar por ahí.
Ahora entendí por qué, porque andan con el pelo. Voy a pedirle un mantel al Arendo, que me preste un mantel para ponérmelo de espalda.
Cuidado.
No, te dejo para dejar tu pasito. Sí, porque hay que llevarlo con su bolsita. Aquí todo es tan caro que... por el pelo que no quiero engancharlo con...
En mä tiedä kuka uskoo mua, kun mä sanoin, että se oli korjaamassa. Ota vähän eteenpäin. Älä nyt vielä. No joo, en mä nyt sitten. Älä olla kuulla. Älä ole kuulla.
Vamos a sacar una foto en Finlandia.
¿Una foto qué?
Una foto de Helsinki. ¿Del gato?
Del gato, ¿no? Alcanzó pasaba así,
Sí,
pasaba rápido.
pero sí la filmé.
Mira, mira, mira.
La filmé.
¿Quién es? ¿No es el gato?
Sí.
Hasta de musulmana.
Älä osaa salir.
A ver si saco una. Ahí.
El gato negro y el gato blanco.
Ya, aquí no. Ah, no, no miren.
There is also a very popular performed there, and there are yearly 200 events that are not religious. So we have services on Sundays. It's a popular church for weddings also, and very often Finns, if they get married, they want to get married in the summertime on a Saturday when the sun shines. So this is impossible to predict when it's going to be, but usually on a summer Saturday you can seldom visit because there may be several weddings in a row. On the left hand side is another building from the Russian time, and on the right hand side, also on the left, is a statue of a moose. Sorry, my coordination is not working anymore. On the left hand side, a life-size statue of a moose, if you don't know exactly what a moose looks like. And this is the Museum of Natural History today, but earlier an academy for young men.
Un perrito se le taimó a la señora. Mira. No quiero. Se amorró igual que un niño. Quería ver la jirafa más rato.
So now towards the left is the old Parliament House, and then a new annex to the Finnish Parliament from year 2001. We come to the busy main street. This way already we passed by earlier in the morning, and now as it is after 4 o'clock there's a lot of people on the streets as it is weekend. And we have happenings. Well, here it's just an advertisement of Red Bull, you know, this energy drink. Red Bull is having there some promotion. And we continue past the central railway station. Finland as it is quite large in area, has very good train service. We have a fast train to St. Petersburg now that gets there in 3.5 years. 3.5 hours, I'm sorry, not 3.5 years. Oh my god. Well, I should say thank God it's Friday. Yes, so 3.5 hours, and the distance is 250 miles or little over 400 kilometers. But this is a big improvement, because earlier you had to get off the train and have your passport stamped, and you never knew how long this would take. So now the immigration officers come right on board the train and do the passports while the train is moving. The area around the railway station is also where most of the public transportation is passing by, and people are coming and going. We have also underground subway in our city, and it's only underground in the very central part, and mostly it's just like a commuter train elsewhere, going from one bridge to another. Helsinki, besides being on a peninsula, also has quite a lot of islands, so a total of 300 islands belong to our city. Unfortunately puzzled up is the entrance to the station. Well, also we have another big green tram there in front of the station, but this building is from 1915 and work of another well-known Finnish architect, Eliel Saarinen. This is the father of Eero Saarinen, if you recognize the name. And they both lived many years in United States. On the right is the National Gallery of Finland. Finnish art. And we have a beer festival here on the left. On these grounds for the weekends, the small breweries of Finland introduce their products and buy tickets to tastes, and it's quite a cheerful event. Finnish people, they're very thirsty when it's warm, and they're very thirsty when it's weekend, and so on. Beer is quite popular in our country. These streets would actually be the old streets of Helsinki. Already from the Swedish time it was hereabouts. They started to construct the town, and as we go on we'll be then closer to the main square and also North Harbor, first harbor of our city. The buildings towards the right are mostly of Helsinki University, the largest university of the country here with 38,000 students. And university is just about to begin next week. Already students are returning back to school.
Súper grande.
Here again we have cobblestone streets, older buildings, some from late 19th century. These are mostly apartment buildings. And in Finland, older the building, especially here in the capital, higher the cost. They are quite well maintained. Some of them even have had elevators, lifts installed in them. And some are also works of well-known architects, so this increases the price. Very central area and also close to the sea. So sea view is also something you pay for in our country. On the left-hand side is the War Museum. This was a Russian barrack. The Russians introduced bricks, making bricks to Finland, and now on the left, North Harbor, part of our marina. And also you start to see across the bay some of the Finnish icebreakers. Blue and white, black and yellow. With these icebreakers we keep open our 60 harbors in the winter time, and also this sea here freezes usually 2 to 3 months, sometimes in the end of December, early January. So all the private boats must be lifted up from the water and put away for the winter. So if you think we have good weather usually from mid-May until mid-September, it's not a very long season. Also there are some fine traditional sailboats here, and these are stored at a dry dock we have on the Fortress Islands in front of Helsinki that we will see on the way back to the pier. As we turn, a quick look at Uspensky Cathedral on the left. This is well visible from the market, so if you decide to walk down to the market, I will be showing you the way there. Now that we come to our last stop, then you can see also the church towards the left. This Orthodox church is from 1868, and the Russians introduced their religion to our country, but there was always freedom to believe in what you wanted, so for that reason most Finns remained Lutherans. And we're just about to come to the main square. On the right is one of the government buildings. This is from as late as 1890, built for the system we had before the parliament called the Diet, with the 4 different estates. And on the main square, that is called Senate Square, we have the old Imperial Senate building, first raised in 1820. The architect sent here from St. Petersburg was the German-born Carl Ludwig Engel, and it is his works that we have on the square. So on the left is a grey house, that is from the Swedish time. Also on the left the old town hall, homes of merchants and shops today. We have some Finnish design and the Finnish crafts here, and this alley from the middle will lead you to the market. This looks like something they do to new university students. Yes, these are the new students, and now that there is quite a lot of people here, I don't mean that our students are criminals, but there may be pickpockets when there is a lot of people. They just appear, so please be careful. And these people also will be having a good.
Esa es la universidad, creo.
Qué bonita. ¿Y dónde es el mercado? ¿El mercado? Dijo que era para allá. Los chilenos partieron por el mercado,
Media hora no alcanzamos a ver nada.
El Chile te sale como 2.000 más o menos.
Y aquí 8 por 8, 6.400.
How you know that
Para nosotros. Carísimo. Clarito.
Mira los coliflores, parecen guagua.
De veras, ¿eh?
por volumen.
¿Ah?
Aparte de los tomates, por ejemplo,
Y esto por bichitos.
¿Y allá cuánto vale eso? Aquí sale 1.600.
2 euros cada kilo.
Sí. ¿Y allá cuánto?
Los tomates. Esto está a 300 el kilo aproximadamente.
¿Cuánto sería la mitad más o menos? Me cuentan lo que vale allá. 100 dólares
Vamos rápido, más rapidito.
Va a ser difícil sacar de acá Manolo.
Silvia.
Ah, mira, qué bueno que está sacándole la película.
Carísimo.
Vamos más rápido.
No, imposible va a ser con él, convéncelo tú.
Quedan 20 minutos.
Esto,
A mí no me...
eso es por kilo, esto es por litro.
Hey. Hello.
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 Tenía cara de turco el caballero.
Sí. Hello. No, thank you. Mira, hay un restaurante de pescado. Yeah.
Si lo es hasta hace poco para las papas.
Talmud.
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 Salmón.
Esa es paella, ¿no?
Y el salmón, qué rico, mira.
Paella, pero no, no es paella.
Parecido. Algo más turco parece. Bien rico se ve. La catedral. Dijo que íbamos a tener vista de... Ahí va a haber uno y lo va a recoger, mira. O solo botellas tal vez, ¿ah?
Pero ya se ve la catedral. Al final.
Ah, qué linda. Claro, eso tiene vista a la catedral de reminiscencias rusas.
Vamos a dar una vuelta allá y después volvemos.
Sí. Manolo, tomamos una foto de fondo a la catedral. No importa que se vea el populacho.
No sé por qué está tan oscura.
Da lo mismo, ahí.
Ah,
Es que sale muy oscura, espérate. Ahí. Sí.
Me gustan las fotos, cacho. Manolo, mira, cacho. Mira.
Mira.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we continue along the coastal drive. We still have the park lane. takes us then back towards West Harbor, the scenic route of our city and a favorite place for many. So maybe if you came to the market you wondered about this strange miniature hotel in the middle of the square. This is actually contemporary art. We have usually a fountain there of the daughter of the Baltic, but an artist from Japan wanted to build an installation called Spent the Night with Amanda. So here is Hotel Amanda, the fountain, and one room. And on the right is the Esplanade Park with the oldest restaurant of Helsinki. A very nice park lane that goes all the way to the main street. So according to the legend, the daughter of the Baltic rose from the waves and pointed out the place of the city. But this isn't quite correct, because if you remember earlier I pointed out the place where the King of Sweden wanted the town to be built. We come to South Harbor, the busiest harbor in our city. And here you are going to see the big ferry boats that travel every cathedral. So busy South Harbor. Also the fast ferries to Estonia, to Tallinn, go from here. It only takes 90 minutes to get there. And these big ferries that travel to Stockholm take 2,000 passengers and some 400 vehicles. So it's popular to just go for the weekend, take a mini cruise to Sweden or to Estonia, one of the neighbor countries. We have a large park here at tip of Helsinki, southern tip of the city, and also in this area are many embassies, diplomatic residences of different countries. And more construction to improve the entrance to this Olympic terminal for the ferries to Stockholm. The Russians during mid-19th century used to build their homes on this hill, and an example you can see on the next island to the left. You see the big ferry and then the white wooden yacht club, first yacht club of Helsinki with visiting harbor, and this next island has another nice example of wooden building. So this type of villas were quite typical. And all this area on the right belongs to the embassies. Then you start to see a group of several islands ahead on the left. This is Suomenlinna, Fort of Finland. There we have still today the yellow buildings of the Naval Academy, the church of Suomenlinna, and the sea fortress. All this was built starting 1748 by the Swedes and against threat of rush up. You see there is a ferry going to this fortress. There is no bridge. The only way to get there is by a ferry. And on the closest island now on the left, you can see that this is the type of bastions and stone fortresses they built on 6 rocky islands. Today this belongs to the World Heritage Site list of the UNESCO, and there are many museums and restaurants, galleries, quite a lot to do during a visit. We have the coastal walk here, and when the weather is good, this is full of people who come to enjoy the evening sun. There are also some restaurants that you can get to with these shuttle boats, like the blue and white boat on the right, and then you see quite a lot of sailboats as well, several yacht clubs. We have a very rich bird life in Finland and quite a lot of water birds. And also on the left you can see the island of Magpie that has a nature center. And we have more of Helsinki Marina here. Quite a lot of boats, some 11,000 private sailboats and motorboats. And if you think that it's only some 4.5 months, that's good for boating and sailing, it's quite an expense, because you have to lift up the boat from the water. On a certain day there is a crane, then you have to store it for the winter, you have to have a place for that, and you have to pay the insurance all year. So it's a rather expensive hobby. But Finns, when the weather is good here, there is nothing better for us. So luckily we have the long summer days, quite a lot of daylight still until about 9 p.m. and it's already towards the end of August, so we can go in the evenings also for a sail. And then when October comes, it's only the fishermen who will be going out. Otherwise it's quite cold, even if you have proper sailing gear. So very lovely archipelago during the summertime, but then when it's windy and cold, have to wait until the next year. Again, on the right, some elegant buildings, nice views, and often in Finland we sell a real estate by square meter. So 1 square meter is 3 by 3 feet approximately. So 1 square meter in this area with a sea view starts from 5,000 euros up. So it's pretty expensive. Earlier these buildings were for families mostly. Now in central Helsinki about a third of the population live alone. So we have a lot of singles or divorced people, because unfortunately every other marriage ends in divorce. And then sometimes people also live together for a long time without registering their relationship. So this is also common. So you may live with someone for some years and then you change your mind and things don't work out and so on. But families today mostly live on the outskirts in single family homes.